Claude Opus 4.7 just dropped, and I have a few features that is sitting in my SaaS queue. I'm going to throw at it and actually test it with and see how it performs with the actual development. Because these things can differ from the benchmark, how it performs from a standardized test and the actual live coding workflow. So this is no cuts or cherry pick demos. It's actually we are going to vibe code with this. Opus 4.7 just dropped less than a day ago, actually, probably about 15, probably 24 hours now. And yeah, we have a bunch of features sitting here in my Obsidian for to test this with, and we will see how it performs. So without further ado, they have a few new features as well, like ultra review or a new reasoning setting called extra high, and the default setting they have changed it to high rather than medium in Claude Code. We will also be doing coding using we'll also be coding using their new desktop as well, although I'm not a big fan of it because of agent teams, the fact that I can't really reliably use agent teams within the desktop redesigned desktop app, but it is still good for smaller tasks that can run in parallel. Sometimes without agent teams is better, so it's not bad. Otherwise, we are going to be using iTerm for these different terminals with tmux inside each of them, so we can see the teammate and the team lead also in action. So 4.7, first of all, let me make sure everything is coming through to the stream. Yeah, apparently yes. So let us crack on. So what is new in 4.7? I've been playing around. I've been coding with 4.7 since it's launched. I don't know. I'm not still having the same difficulties for some tasks um, that wasn't that 4.6 wasn't able to do. So for my use case, I'm not really sure if there is a huge improvement, but um, in fact, it failed in some of my tests for my own features because I've been going around in circles with one particular feature and it wasn't able to solve it either. So, but anyway, latest model Claude Opus 4.7 is now generally available. Advanced notable improvement in advanced software engineering, able to hand off their hardest coding work. Yeah, this wasn't I was hoping that this would be true in my case as well. It wasn't. Maybe it is user error. I don't know. But let's see here. Oh, they're comparing against Mythos as well. Agentic coding. That is on paper, it is actually a good improvement. 87.6. That is Sui bench. Terminal bench, not so much, but for towards the end, even the smallest differences could actually make a big difference if that makes sense. Um, Multidisciplinary reasoning. I don't know what that is. Agentic search. Well, OS World verified. 78%. I don't use any of that, but agentic financial analysis that seems to be have been improved. Last week, we announced Project Glasswing, highlighting the risk and benefits of AI models for cybersecurity. We stated that we could keep Mythos preview release limited and test new cyber safeguards on less capable models. Opus 4.7 is the first such model. Its cyber capabilities are not as advanced as those of Mythos preview. Indeed, during its training, we experimented with efforts to differentially reduce these capabilities. We are releasing Opus 4.7 with safeguards that automatically detect and block requests that indicate prohibited high-risk cybersecurity analysis users. Testing Claude Opus 4.7. In early testing, we are seeing a potential for significant leap for our developers with Opus 4.7. It catches its own logical faults. Anthropic has already set the standard for coding models. 4.7 pushes that further. It also thinks more deeply about problems and brings a more opinionated perspective. Below are some of the highlights. Early testing, instruction following. Opus 4.7 is substantially better at following instructions. Interestingly, this means the prompts written for earlier models can sometimes now produce unexpected results. That's probably what I am experiencing because all the skills, everything were written for the previous models. So they may have become worse. So I may have to use my skill creator to update the skills accordingly and do some benchmarks. Real world work as well as the state of the art score on finance agent evaluation. Memory. Opus 4.7 is better at using file system based memory. Right. That means that CLI based agents and Obsidian setups would be probably better. Need less upfront context. This is one of the things that I'm doing for Brand Brain as well. I am trying to do a relay of AI models through Cloud Core subscription from my Brand Brain uh, cloud version. So if I open up, it's not available yet. So if I go to API settings, currently it is all hosted models through Open Router or Fireworks, those kind of providers right here. So, but if I have a relay option here, so if I, this is under development. So what it does is it relays the chat will go through. If I refresh that, relay your machine. So anything that I do here, it will add all the tasks and everything, and all that will be done from here. But the chat itself, the AI itself, will be routed through my remote machine where Cloud Code is hosted, or my laptop, even if my laptop is open. So that's what I'm working on to connect, to be able to connect to my Cloud Core subscriptions, because this can also become get expensive if you use hosted models as well. If you are a heavy user like me on social media. So basically, this is AI content agents, right? It creates a ton of content, Instagram Reels and all that. All of this is AI. And also, based on my preferences and things like that. So it can really add up. So I basically spend around like I don't know, maybe $100 for just this from on my use for Brand Brain, plus the $200 subscription for Cloud Code. So this will help. Anyway, let me go ahead and gate that again so other users don't see it and get confused. Is it gone? Refresh. Yeah, it's gone. So, what were we? So we need to. So that's the API documentation. What has changed in Cloud Opus 4.7 here? Cloud Opus 4.7 system card. Also launching today, in addition to Cloud Opus 4.7 itself, we are launching the following updates. More effort control 4.7 introduces a new extra high effort level between high and max. That's what you see here. If you go to the very beginning, where is that? Let me just open a new one. And if I go to local workspace, I say Claude, you see that default is 4.71 million context and extra high effort. I can actually change that by model, and if I use my arrow keys, there's an extra high. Its default is extra high. So I'm just going to right. So it is closer to higher capabilities, like as they were saying that they're trying to make it very highly capable as Mythos, but still, you know, kind of like limited the reasoning capabilities so that it doesn't perform as well as Mythos and introduce all the security risks. That's what they're saying. So that's why they also introduce this extra high for back here somewhere, so that you get extra granular control. On Cloud Platform API, as well as support for higher resolution images, we are launching task budgets, but that's not available. So basically, you can allocate budgets and how many tokens for that task, so that the models can see how much budget is. There's a countdown timer that happens that runs between calls, and the models can see that, and it can reprioritize what is left to do or how to best work on that task given the limitations of the budget. But that is only applicable, or that's only available on the API. Cloud API, it's somewhere here saying Cloud, it's not available on Cloud Code. But yeah, Cloud Opus 4.7 shows meaningful gains on knowledge worker tasks, particularly where model needs to visually verify its own outputs. That is PPTX, DocX, charts. Is better at writing using file system based memory. That's what we saw here as well. Migrating for 4.6 to 4.7. No, before that. In Cloud Code, the new Ultra Review slash command produces a dedicated review session that reads through changes and flags bugs and design issues that a careful reviewer would catch. We are giving Pro and Max Cloud Code users 3.5 Ultra reviews to try it out. Isn't this the isn't this what happens on Cloud Web? In addition, we have extended auto mode to Max users. Huh? I thought it was available for all the users. Okay. As auto mode is a new permission option where Cloud makes decisions on your behalf, like approval gates, disapproval gates, reject gates, meaning that you can run longer tasks with fewer interruptions and less risk than if you had chosen to skip permissions. Yeah, this is in addition to bypass permissions. There's a new mod. This was released a month ago, I think, but I was under the impression that it was already available for Max users. So, but here it says, in addition, we have extended auto mode to Max users. That doesn't make much sense to me. Then again, I didn't actually play around with it. I always run with bypass permissions on. Migrating from 4.6 to 4.7 is a direct upgrade to 4.6, but two changes are worth planning for because they affect token usage. First, Opus 4.7 uses an updated tokenizer that improves how model processes text. The trade-off is that same input can map to more tokens, so the token usage is higher, roughly 1.3 up to 1.35x, depending on the content type. Second, 4.7 thinks more at higher effort levels, particularly on later turns in agentic settings, so towards the end of supposedly finishing the task, probably. It improves reliability on hard problems, but it doesn't mean that it produces more output tokens. That makes sense actually, because right now what it does is it does a lot of thinking upfront, and then when it comes to verification towards the end, it doesn't actually, you know, exert the same effort level. So that makes sense, particularly in later turns. So if we can balance it out in the later turns to verify and sort of say, did I do the things that I said I would do, and did it produce the output that I hypothesized? Things like that. That is a good, yeah, that makes sense to me. Users can control token usage in various ways by using the effort parameter, adjust their task budgets, again, APIs, API only, prompting the model to be more concise. Ooh, I also want to try out the caveman skill to reduce my token usage and see if I can use it longer. By the way, they have actually reset everyone's settings, not settings. What do you call that? Weekly limits. Um, Here, that is a nice gesture. I was almost at 60% or something like that, so it went back to zero about midnight last local time here. But in the few turns that I have already used it, that is eating up really, really fast. So anyway, so I think it's time to do some actual coding, unless they have something. We are not using APIs anyway. Right. So let's go to Obsidian SEO. What do we need to do today? We need to finish the gallery, and we need to do the desktop app, the relay. So I prefer running it in, we will try both. So do we need this? That is a teammate. So let's close all the teammates because they're idle. Exit, exit. And what is this? Is captions fix, and we need to test for Instagram. But before that, I do want to check if we can relay our thinking capabilities to local models. So this one was what? Live stream Opus 4.7 release. Vibe coding. And I can actually, I'm going to quit it anyway. This one was, what was this about? This was also for Claude Cowork. I was doing a course for Claude Cowork. So creating MCP for that. I'll keep it here. This is for desktop redesign live stream. Rename desktop. Claude Code desktop redesign live stream. Exit that. Exit that. This is some admin work. So rename HMRC taxman equivalent in the UK. Pay address change. Oh no, maybe not. This is post hog analytics. All right, let's read the post hog analytics. Maybe that will inform today's session. That is in analytics PDF. Did it send a PDF? Where's my? All right, okay, let's see this. And 7 day, 80 unique visitors. It's 174, April 12. So we had the most visitors April 17th. That's today. Okay. So it has mapped that to my live streams, local peak in window. This was on April 9th, 2 weeks ago. Instagram chill stream second peak. Top 70 pages. That is SEO. That is also SEO. This is also SEO. Direct 33, google.com 29. So YouTube is not the primary driver. It's actually SEOs that's driving the visitors. It's not bad actually. I was thinking that YouTube was what was the thing that was driving the visitors, but it's all right. Maybe we need to change the strategy for YouTube. Maybe start streaming on some other platforms as well. YouTube referrer daily. United States, India, Ivory Coast. It's fine. Landing, pricing, create onboarding. Zero onboarding entries this week. That is worrisome. Friday. Sign in page daily. No sign in attempts. Gallery page viewed. Yeah, this we have to do anyway because people are clicking on this and we don't have. Okay. That's because we weren't tracking some of these events. This was done just yesterday, I think. These custom CTAs, checkout initiated and stuff like that. Identified users. That's me, so it excludes all my emails from the analytics. Git activity. This is a comprehensive report. Maybe 4.7 is, yeah, I haven't actually seen Git activity and all that. So maybe 4.7 is doing a thorough analysis. Task, user preferences, red queries, never throw on no identity. All 8 commits are convex migration model selection was okay. Errors and friction 7 days auto capture. Client error. There's so many client errors. Rage click 54. Concentrated on sign in pages on April 14th, not probably created residue plus 1 returning user. So, is there an error on sign in page? Is that why we are not seeing any sign ins? Fix sign up funnel. Stay number 1, urgency elevator, 0 new identified users. Yeah, that's because I don't know why it is. iCloud still blocked. What is iCloud has? What does that have to do with this? Okay, so that is priority funnel maybe. Sign up funnel. I'm not really. Yeah, probably have to offer some. What are you building? What am I building? I'm building a social media marketing team, like AI agents marketing team, which is called Brand Brain. So basically, there's a bunch of agents that create content for your social media platforms. It does for Instagram, X, LinkedIn Threads, and YouTube and Blue Sky upcoming. and it works like on a schedule. So it does the trend detection, and there is, after you chat with a little bit, you can switch this on, and based on your preferences, once you're happy with the manual chat back and forth a few times, you can switch on the auto content gates, and it will continue publishing while you sleep, and grow your exposure. And you can also create custom tasks and prompts, and it's like basically agent schedules. And yeah, for example, this one, I had a post go viral, so I created replicating successful content task, and that replicates it. So that is the idea. And also you can create AI avatars, and that's me, or clone yourself for Instagram Reels, and it creates the video. So that is basically what I am building. Still, a lot of testing needs to be done, but today we are building how to connect the cloud version to the local Cloud Code subscription. What is the pricing for that? This is a very good question. Even I am struggling with the pricing to increase conversion. You tell me what is, like, how much pricing that you would potentially use it for. Currently the pricing is what is it? Yeah, $29. You get 1,000 credits. That is no, that you get 10,000 credits. That is that much, but you get access to, depends on what you use though. You get access to everything. But if you use video more than text, it will run out fast. But you will still be able to create I don't know, if you just create video on that, probably like you'll still be able to create at least 5 to 6 Instagram reels. That will be, how much is that? No, it's far more actually. If it was just, it costs about like $2 for video, I think, for like a minute video, because I have my own GPU. It runs on my own GPU. Uh, this one, if you want to create more. So that's the pricing. But most of my cost actually doesn't go because of the video creation. It does, but it is because of the hosted video model. So I spent $100 on for myself. Like, this was solving my own problem of distribution. So I spent about $100 on this just for my usage, and 200 for Cloud Code subscription. But now lately, what I am realizing is that I can combine both. So today I'm also focusing on, I have a desktop version that connects to this, or basically what it does is the chat will route through your laptop and come back here so that you can use your Cloud Core subscription. Yeah, it's official APIs through that connects to. So basically, you go to configuration. So there's one thing that I'm still developing. I'll show you. So platform connections, you have all this, right? And you can have multiple connections, which I'm still testing. It works, but it needs some more fine tuning as well. And you can add instructions how to route the content created, which account. So the AI agent will decide. So if you go to content review, and if I select an Instagram, if you have multiple accounts selected, you can select agent will decide, or the actual content where it should go. So I put it in, if you select agent will decide, then it relies on platform connections, these rules here, instructions for agent, same content here, replicate the content here, and post here as well. It will just go, it will just do the same. It still needs to be tested a little bit, fine tune, but that is how it works. Same with other YouTube, Blue Sky, Pinterest, and TikTok. YouTube and Blue Sky are and Pinterest are in testing. TikTok also coming soon. There is an error. There is a bug here, I think. See the flickers, or that could be my browser. Network. Maybe just Oh, right. What is it? It's a post hog analytics. But anyway, decent pricing, by the way. All right. Okay. Thank you. And I do want to. So yeah, that's basically how it works. But anyway, going back to our 4.7 feature building. Where's this? So what do I? So sign up funnel for sure, but I do want to prioritize the because that's a complex work as well. So it will take a long time to route it through local Cloud Code desktop, Cloud Code subscription. Basically, the idea is it will work like I don't know exactly how paperclip is implemented. I think you can create local tasks and that runs uh, in the local machine, and then it connects to the web version and do the persistence there. MongoDB production backup, Cloud Code desktop trend capitalization. What is that? That's just live stream. It's trying to CLI, smoke test, user testing backlog. Yeah, this is was just done yesterday or day before. That's why there is no data. What is this? Okay, there's an error. What is this? Unblock iCloud. That's a new recommendation actually to add iCloud emails. One line deletion of 3 blocked domains. Oh, okay. I do have a. Yeah, I have blocked iCloud emails because you can create multiple emails and sign up for free trial. But although I have credit card being added now in free trials, you can use. Then I have to think about this. It's not very important either. I don't know. I'm very bad at marketing, so we are all learning here. We shall see. Earlier, I saw you built a program to generate programmatic blogs. Do they still work? Yes, they work, but which one were you like last year? My other product or built a platform? They do still work, but I do most of the work through Cloud Code. The platform itself is not active. Like it is there, I think, but it's just if you go to seoaibot.com, it just redirects to BrandBrain, this current app. So it's like a harness, right? So basically SEO will go here as a tool, and then you connect it to the same way as other platforms, and then you can you create multiple content. You create as article that becomes social post, and all that will be. So that's why I stopped working on that one. It did get me some traction, but I just have trouble focusing on one thing. It SE is a long game. You can get immediate results. For example, I'm already ranking for this one. I have programmatic pages here as well. Same principle, but um, in the older product generates the blog and adds as post to WordPress and things like that. In this one, I have. I don't know if I could show you. I can maybe show you. If I open my codex, I have all this, right? Keyword research, all of that has been converted to keyword research, Mega SEO Hub, Gumroad. That's not it. some Reddit karma builder, Reddit analysis. So it goes to Reddit to post, Upwork bypass, website, cold outreach. So all of that became skills and all the scripts were SEO suite. So it's all sitting here and in BrandBrain, but there's no front end for it. So I'm slowly building that. So if I go to SEO AIbot.com, right? So that will where the SEO product landing page will land. But when you sign up, well, this is just placeholder. It will actually be one subscription of BrandBrain. So you can do videos, you can do SEO, you can do all that. On landing page, how did you create the demo video? Which one? Oh, that's just me recording. It's not a demo video. It's just me.
Creating
It's
content
a
is on.
yeah. It's just me talking as screen share, but it was done about 3 months ago. So things have changed, but the general concept haven't changed. The interface doesn't haven't changed much, but you have the new tasks section. You had tasks back then because autonomous agents as well back then it wasn't enabled at that time. And also you have content discovery here. So if I search for Claude Code and find outliers, oh, last week, and I stopped Claude Code usage limits, Claude Code. These are all the outliers there. If I select one, how to actually build it, which one? Select something. Claude Code for designers. So if I use that idea and say Instagram carousel, create me one. I don't know if it will then send to AI. It will open up here and hopefully that is super slow. Why? Yep, my internet is slow because this is firework. Oh, I think I unselected that. So it is using bad GPT 5 mini. So if I go to settings, yeah, let's just select that. Go to yeah, that's much faster. Are you getting any users from search engines or brand brain? Well, the thing is, like, I'm still struggling to convert. I am getting visitors, so it has grown. Well, I don't know if I showed you the post hoc report. So I did the programmatic SEO pages maybe like 3 weeks ago. Now I'm getting results from live streams, but they're mostly developers or vibe coders, I think. But people who want to actually buy it comes from Google. Uh, but where is that? So you can see that it used to be YouTube at the top. Now it is Google. 7 day. I don't know if I can show you our search console. So before people were used to search for just for the app using its brand name. They would just search brand brain. Now people search for like how to create content using AI. That lands on my page. And I'm also AEO optimizing it. So I am thinking that is what is also included in direct, but I don't have the referral links set up properly. So we will see if it how good it is ranking on answer engines like ChatGPT. We will see. I'll probably give it another few weeks to see. I haven't actually done much in that regard, so I should probably focus on that as well. AEO. Yep. So it is working. Just it is. You can't expect it to work overnight. It takes at least like at least a week to get even one impression, I think. Probably not. Depends. I have gotten impressions on the very next day as well. Right. Service is busy right now, so that barked. I'm going to. That's basically it. These blog articles only way to getting clients for SaaS app through SEO. Nah. What I do is I hop on trends. So if there's something, a trend is happening. So for example, when open something that still drives, well, that started driving customers is that I don't know where it is actually. Brand Brain app blog. Yeah, this one. Oh, Claude Code versus OpenClaw for marketing. It has nothing to do with my brand brain, but mine is also a harness, like a orchestrator. So what I do is I have my CTA here. Skip the setup, start creating, try brand brain for free. But this actually brings in visitors. This is a blog page, but it is generated with Claude Code directly on my computer. So uh, these ones are not hard to rank at all because there's a trend. So, for example, if I write something on like Opus 4.7 is available now in Brand Brain, right? And write a blog about that and then add a CTA, try Opus 4.7 in Brand Brain for social media, right? That will work really well. Well, my data source is like a couple of pages, so that is working for me. It's not a good enough sample size either way. Yeah, but usually trend-based blog posts that is related to your niche. I think probably one of the main reasons I switched from SEO to social media and created this app because is that social media gives you more views in the short term. So that was why I created this to repurpose content to multiple platforms. And once you have all the links connected, then it sends to Google Signal authority signals that okay, this is all connected, and people are like, this thing went viral. So at least technically, that's what's supposed to happen according to the SEO pundits. I think there's some credibility to that as well. But my focus is on social media mainly. And yup. All right. Okay, let's go to preview. Let's quit Codex. What were we doing? So let's try to multi-account setup Reels. All right, we can. What was this? Post hoc analytics. We did read that. Let's exit that. What is this? Captions fix. I do need that. What was this? All right, because this is a desktop thing that we want to try out, the relay functionality. So we will do, we want to make sure rename brand brain desktop initial stages, and then I'm going to quit that and tmux, then Claude model. I'm going to say resume. Yeah, this session is 15 hours 40 6 minutes old, and I actually don't need the. I can actually clear this because I have everything stored in my project desktop app. Then I can clear it. Resume from summary. I'll just start a new session. Clear. Uh, I want to work on this project, gather the latest context and state of this. Then I'll just give. Also look at the related projects that were updated. Multiple projects. This is the changes spans across multiple projects, so look through the related projects as well. Once that is going, what is some other change that we can work on? Real auto generation, multi-account setup, multiple connections, relay connection, schedule approved content, avatar videos, live stream. Yeah, this one needs to be done. Landing page output examples. Well, let's go to, but that's more of a me task rather than Claude code task. What is there for Claude code to do? MC architecture brainstorm. It's more like a planning session mostly. Today, I think going to be more than coding because there's some to be some architectural decisions needs to be made, especially when I'm moving the relay functionality, the chat functionality to relay to through my desktop so that I can use my Cloud Core subscription. I'm struggling to prioritize here. So we have monitoring. So we have something in verification. Caption styles that we can verify. So if I go to an Instagram, right, that's also a me task. I want some other task for Claude so that it can actually do multiple things at the same time. Weekly project review, token usage, inflation bug, convex migration, user model selection visibility bug. This is done. Oh, right. If you want this PDF, just let me know because what I did was I asked you to go through all the YouTube interviews that people have done with other founders and compile their insights into PDFs. So if anyone wants this PDF, I will send it to you. Yeah, so this has so basically what it did was I asked you to go through all the YouTube interviews done with founders of other products and gather all the marketing tactics they did, things like that, and then to compile a full report. So it went through multiple interviews on YouTube, and I asked it like, what's applicable to our product, right? So place I extracted what excluded from the shortlist. So we can do the same thing. If you want this PDF, just let me know. I'll just put in somewhere in the link in the description. Marketing place, landing page, redesign. Cloud code for normal people. What is this bug? No, that works. Billing log units bug. Instagram content discovery. Users can search Instagram content. Okay. We can maybe do. Oh, okay. We can do the enable the reel to reel automation. That's what we can do. We can finish that. We can do faceless video probably once we. So the desktop relay can unblock a lot of other tasks. So let's do that first then. While we are creating Instagram reels here, Forbes AI 50 list just dropped, and there's a shift. Every builder needs to understand it's no longer about who builds the most powerful model, it is about who productizes AI efficiently and builds sustainable businesses on top. This year is different. Companies are breaking dependence on big AI, prioritizing efficiency over size, and bringing industry specific AI to enterprises. AI agents are entering. Do people talk like this? Reads like a. Is this conversational like a, uh, like for a TikTok? Too formal. Yeah, that's what I thought. It should not remove any content that adds value, but it could be TikTok style script. I don't want 120 words. It could be up to 1 minute. So length is not the concern here. It needs to be more casual and something like people, record in their car, sort of thing. You saved your preference, right? But did you actually change it? Yeah, this is another bug I just introduced with some other change, I think, because it doesn't. I have to do a refresh after the changes. Ah, actually, no. Okay, it actually changed. I was too hasty, probably. Maybe not. Let's see. Improve. Apply these changes, and edits have been applied. What do you mean? Where? Worked for a while, edit content. New script, the Forbes AI list just dropped, and there's a massive shift. This year, 20. Okay. Where's this? Where's that? This year. Yeah, this is something that I introduced, I think. Yeah. For some reason, it doesn't auto update. One of my recent changes broke it. The auto update of preview. I think it's because like moved I moved some of the content or backend to convex to make it more real time, and instead it made it less real time. Not because of convex. Must have done something wrong. But the Forbes AI 50 just list dropped, and there's a massive shift every builder this year. uh, can you see the source links for this content, for backdrop, for screenshotting it? Okay, that's so I can actually use that Forbes thing, and then I can do like, have a look at this, and ad blocker. All right. In any case, and say like add to the background. So, what do I do? I need to use my voice.
Google just dropped something massive, and you need to hear about it. Kema for
Or I can use my previously recorded voice for that. And then I'm going to generate the audio. I think it's all right. I think there's no infrastructure to it. It's whether you can afford not to. Is there's no CTA. The question isn't whether you can afford to use it, it's whether yeah, let's do it. Let it work. And in the meantime, go to okay, what is the status for this? Desktop app. What shipped yesterday in team? Can you send me the report on Telegram? Next actions. What is keychain prompts? I think. Can you actually read the? Can you actually? Can you launch the app? So what I want to do is I want to let's do it manually. Code, brand, brain, mission control, cargo, run dev. So that is the app, but social. I have the task there. So chat. Ah, it already did that. So chat. It's fine for. I can actually. We can actually launch multiple instances for this. What happened? No, it's the same app, right? No, you can. You have two instances. That's all right. This is fine actually. It's just a relay. Chat is maybe we can. So what it does is what we need to do is it starts from here, but it routes through desktop. a way to make that work. And so what we need to do is that I want to make the chat interface better. That's not integrated. That is also not fully integrated, but I was just experimenting with it. So that is fine. This works, I think. So that is, but these are all read only. Main thing is this what we have to work. So how do we make it work? Right. So it needs to write to a session in the format that this chat interface is able to read. So when the response comes back from Claude Code CLI, that needs to be transformed somehow and written into a format that the web version understands. I already have the code in place for that, I think. We just need to finish it. All right. Okay. So this is memory sync, list current tasks, mission control task list. That is a command. What's happening? So first of all, we need to make this a little bit better so it is readable for our purposes. So go to here. Can you, should we go full paperclip? We don't need a chat window. Right. Uh, so this routes to, I'll just ask Claude how to do it. Right. Can you actually load the relay project as well? So what I want to do is if I send a message from the cloud version that needs to be picked up by the local desktop version and needs to be executed in our chat, and that conversation can be seen in this chat window here, but we need to actually improve the chat display here as well because it's kind of looked messed up. It needs to be nice, like the nicer for sure. uh, think of the various UI, UX options, design options for this. You should probably look at, I will give you some reference images for this so you can base your designs on top of that. Also, try to consult the UI UX Pro Max skill and the front end design skill for this. So, other references would be Claude Code desktop app itself. Copy that, paste that, and what else? Codecs. They have to have. So all of these applications really are trying to be AI employees. Eventually, that's where they're going. Personal assistants to autonomous automations and plugins and searches like that. So this is the direction brand brain is also going, like a harness, but you will have setup, pre-set up, marketing divisions or sales or SEO, all that. Uh, so I will also new chat. I do want to. Is there a. How do I change the settings? How do I change the to dark mode? Configuration, appearance, dark. All right. So now I can give it here out of codex messages. That's fine. I'm not using that anyway. Copy. Yeah, a lot of people use Claude Code as a. So one of the reasons I want this relay to work is that a lot of people already has who has money already has Claude Code subscription or open code through API or things like that. So there is still market for people who don't want to install all these things, just use a SaaS. But I think in 2 years the landscape is going to change very in a very big way. So everything is going to be like you obviously need a cloud version for in a team setting because all needs to be in sync either through some messaging system like Slack or like through an online platform for teams to work. So that's the direction that I am also thinking of taking brand brain in. It works on your local machine, uses local computing, not local computing power, but local subscriptions like Claude Code or Codex, right? But I don't know. It's just it's just speculation at this point. Anyway, let's just go there. And what was the other task? Audio is generator. Let's see if it sounds like me.
The Forbes AI 50 list just dropped, and there's a massive shift every builder needs to see. This year, 20 startups made the list with billion-dollar valuations, most founded in just the past 3 years. But here's what's wild. It's no longer about who builds the most powerful model. It's about who productizes AI efficiently.
That's good enough, I guess. No one is going to notice. So let me select me and generate the video. All right, that will take 15 minutes, about 40 seconds. Yeah, probably 10 to 15 minutes. And now, what is this saying? Okay, it's using superpowers skill for brainstorming. Skills are triggering better, I think, in with 4.7. Because I rarely see these superpowers triggering in my local usual coding sessions before now. It triggers, but every now and then. Exploring context before design. Maybe it's just a wording like gather context and things like that I said in the prompt. Or the other option is for us is that we don't need the chat UI here. We just need tasks and what it is working on, things like that. Don't necessarily need the chat UI. People hardly read the chat anyway. Usually read the final summary. So all we need is a final summary, maybe. So if it wasn't a chat interface, I'll also say, how does the relay work in, is there any sort of relay in paperclip? The code is in cloned, the paperclip code is cloned in my home directory, code directory under that. And can you actually analyze the code? How does the relay work in paperclip? And also check the Hermes agent architecture. Hermes agent doesn't have a cloud version or like the web interface. So, but that's only for research purposes. Look into Hermes agent. But for paperclip, analyze the code and see if there's any kind of like how do they relay from the from CLI Cloud Code CLI adapter to actual tasks and the responses. How do they show it on the web UI and the local on the web UI? This will help us design the desktop app and also design, or this will also can inform us in how to design the desktop app, also how to connect the adapter, Cloud Core CLI adapter, to desktop app, and how that will connect to the brand brain cloud option using session history and SDK items forwarder. Because I think some sort of transformation was the previous architecture or agreed upon architecture to transform the whatever cloud code comes up response, whatever the response from cloud code adapter is, to transform that into something that the cloud version of brand brain understands, so that the sessions can be viewed from desktop and from the web version of brand brain. So also see what portions, like how far along are we in this, and what is left to do in making that sync possible. Check all the previous conversations, activity logs, decision logs, and related projects. Follow the wiki links from Obsidian to related projects, resources, etc., to gather a full gather the full context. Maybe a good idea to do planning. That's all right. I've loaded the full chat over relay architecture doc the and the current chat component. This is two independent sub-projects, not one. Recommend decomposing before we design. Sub-project A, desktop chat UI redesign, small ships alone. Current chat pane is a flat terminal style panel lines dump. No turn grouping, tool calls rendered as raw JSON, word wrap. I agree. Screenshot 1 shows per character column because the lead panel lines are emitted as tiny segments and the CSS has no word break normal proper container width. The stream source lead agent orchestrator keeps working. We only reskin the renderer. References from Cloud Desktop codecs apply here. It identified, maybe it was in the title, that it was Cloud Desktop and Codex apps screenshots that I gave it. Sub project B, chat over relay wire up. Okay, while that is working, let's give it this anyway. Sub project chat over relay wire up, large for prerequisites. Per the design doc, this is phase 5. Prereq status auth5 Google auth. Packages UI, convex sessions enable, useful read. ChatKit request handler routing fork. Cloud versus the relay branch. Items and point. I still don't understand why we need the relay items. Also, I don't understand why we need this because it is direct convex interaction. Actually, no, it is not. It is through API. SDK items forwarder, claim and run. Listing pending relay sessions. Something has come to us through Telegram. April 17 heartbeat 5 startup task. I don't know where it is coming from. Oh, that's coming from the desktop app. Let's close that. State report. Admin put delete dual right to convex tanks config. Need research testing. Tory dev build. Yeah, that is still not working correctly, but that's not really a blocker. Related projects spanning the same circle. Rust CLI bridge. This is already complete. Chat of relay architecture. Desktop V2 architecture brainstorm. Keychain prompt coalescing. Okay, that could be done. Can I do it in a separate thing? Right. Ooh, yeah, this is why I prefer terminal still over the desktop app. I can work with the agent teams. So that is a lead, and these are the researchers analyzing paperclip and Hermes code. But anyway, that's one of the reasons. But let's do another session. Let's go make it go here. No, how do I? Yeah, here, like this. Go to local tmux Claude resume. No, here. What do we need? What was that? Can you chat page wiring in social tab, larger scope, unblock chat of relay? So that is what we have to do next. Okay, let's do this. This is very low effort, I think. Can you do this change? Let's see if it will identify the right project. Oh my god. There's one more edge and it spawned. What is it? Relay gap auditor. Okay, these are the researchers, and based on the research, it is proposing a new architecture or gaps, maybe. Yeah, it's trying to find the project. Yep, found the project. Let's actually look at the project as well. So that I understand what's happening. Outcome BrandBrain Desktop is a native Tory app that brings BrandBrain's full feature set to macOS local agent execution. MC tab, general agent orchestration, social tab, BrandBrain social media features, future SEO tab, UGC generator, faceless video. Okay. Node cron service reads task configs from convex. Architecture. Yep. Looks That is mission control. This is social. This is Rust. Ah, okay, this is where that is coming from. Next actions. Long running agent harness blueprint. What is this? Publish a video demo. Okay, that is a video project. Users can save content creators discovered in content discovery. I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. But is it valuable to do it now? Yeah, thing is that if it is, even if it is a small change, testing and all that will take time. So that will just, if it's not top priority, that will still take up your time. So you need to be ruthless in what you actually need in selecting features. That will help some of the users, but it's not a deal breaker. Probably something to give to Claude when I go to bed. Maybe I can just give it. Yeah, I can just give it to do this and verify it's using tests rather than manual verification, and gate it behind a feature flag. So if it doesn't work, I can just turn it off. Yep. Oh, we'll come back to it. First, we already have two of this. Okay. Brand brain desktop a paperclip relay pattern. What they do: adapter.execute, publish live event, in-memory event emitter, WebSocket, UI use live run transcripts, accumulates transcript, nd-json log, archive separately for replay, session codec per adapter for resume, auth is one way, paperclip API key, environment adapter, adapter can't call back. Same as us, we can't call. Or if you add a skill, you can, or using a CLI. Why this doesn't map one-to-one to us? Their executor and display are in the same node process. Yes. Our executor, Tori Rust on local machine, and display BB Cloud plus desktop web view are cross origin, and in-memory event emitter can't cross that boundary. Well, you just persist the event emitter to a queue. That is not a problem. Hermes, low relevance for relay. No relay concept, single process, blocking parent child delegation. Yeah. Hermes is actually very simple in architecture. In transformation, you remembered it is the designed Architecture, chat over relay architecture, steps 4 to 7. Claude subprocess std out, Claude stream event, SDK item forwarder, agent input item, Mongo session. Our bus is convex reactive DB. Yep. Replaces instead of queue, use convex, so it is reactive. Paperclips, yeah, it identified, replaces paperclips in memory event emitter and crosses origins natively. Where we actually are, gap audit, 50 to 20% shift. I thought we wrote more than that. Auth 5, convex JWT task migration blocked on conversation status bug task A to D. Zero commit since April 11. That is a lie. Those are the convex session feature flags. Agent session item schema. Dual write. Phase 5 depends on them. Total remaining 45 to 55 hours across BB, Tori, and Rust. Full task breakdown here. Where did it go? Oh my god, I'm blind. Where did it go? Oh, here. And oh my god, my brain is cooked. Okay, here. Implication for A versus B. The research is decisive. B, full relay wire up is blocked 2 weeks on the bug project. No way around it. Why? My recommendation at first structured as a package via chat extraction with a dormant relay viewer shell. Empty state, so B slots in cleanly when by bug 80. What bug is it talking about? Can you send this as a PDF? Oh, it's already sent it, I think. No? No. Just send me a message, but not this task, the other task. This one here. What did it do? Team BB keychain coalescer. Starting next action 1. Grep done, cold, launch keychain reads confirmed. Done commit token cache. Okay, that's already done. But I didn't actually do the feature gating. Well, it's all right. If it doesn't work, we'll just remove the commit. We have the commit record. Wait, let's forget about it. Task already done. Shutdown request. Yeah, that's fine. What is it saying? Send PDF. What? TLDR over completion 50 to 20% critical path blocker status bug. I don't understand that, so let's ask it. What do you mean by this is not shipped? I thought this bug was already complete. What? Temporarily? What do you... Oh, damn. It's all gone. Copy. Why isn't it pasting? Okay. What do you mean by this? That this bug was not complete? I thought this was already shipped. Maybe some extra work was determined to go with the bug because it was all related and but was added later. Let me check. Let me think. So that bug was for the conversations not marking as completed. We'll see. We'll ask what happened. Right. Let's read it. Three top remaining tasks T5 to T13. Babies a routing fork. Feature flag. Relay enabled. Child flag. Okay, fine. Those are all small tasks though. User settings, you relay toggle round trip. Yeah, but I deferred it because we probably don't need it. Essentially, what we need is Cloud adds a task, desktop reads a task, and runs it through Cloud Code and puts the output of from Cloud Code back to the DB, and then the cloud version reads that in its own format. Basically, this seems so simple in my mind. Why is it so complicated for? Yeah, I think it's just too granular. Cloud Code when it planned it, it went, every change to every function as a task, essentially bloating the task. Maybe brand brain client heartbeat into mission control. I wish I can just say just make it work, and it will do all of this. No, maybe it will. Let's try that. Okay, so this is what it is. Auth 5 done, routing fork, items endpoint. I think this all can be done in one session, really. Critical tasks cannot start until upstream complete. Blockers. Active blockers start bug project immediately. That's already done, I think. Chat extraction incomplete. Files touched. Shared components. Weeks. It's estimating it in weeks. I think we can do a ask it to go ahead and we can just monitor what it is doing. And when that point arrives, we can just interrupt it and say, maybe those things are not needed, go in a different direction. 4 to 5 weeks. It's crazy. Could be done in a couple of days, I think. 4 to 5 weeks is what it took, you know, Paperclip or like Hermes Agent or any of those big projects from inception to going viral, right? So it's crazy. Let's see. You are right. I was wrong, and I was so was the gap auditors framing verified bug project is shipped. Right. Thank you, Opus 4.7. You are not as smart as you are claimed to be. Bug project is shipped. About signal rename is shipped. One the gap auditor conflated. If I just ask, are you sure? Probably change its mind again. Reactive stream migration, converse system. So what do we actually need? We need today, in the next couple of hours, What do we need it to do? What needs to be shipped? Basically, all right. So you have this overall view of everything where everything is at. But in the next 1 or 2 hours, keep in mind that you're an AI coding agent, not an actual developer. So your estimations are widely wrong. Instead of 4 to 5 weeks, it can reduce down to like probably even hours to days. And in the next couple of hours, what we need shipping is that. So I need to look at the task in that light to be prioritized. What we need shipping is that we need the if the relay is on, or if I add a task, let's just do the relay on. If I send a message from Brand Brain Cloud when the relay is on, I want the desktop to pick it up, relay through Cloud Code CLI adapter, and forward those output items to Brand Brain Cloud, and the that will automatically appear in Brand Brain Cloud because it is connected to ChatKit, which reads from the same session history. All it needs is a way of only that the Cloud SDK item forwarder should add items in a way that the cloud version can read. That's all we need. That's where we have to put our put our focus on. You can probably create a focused project for this for the next couple of hours for a day so that we can get it out of the way, get it working, and get it out of the way. Cross referencing 17 theories, double checking the double checks. Okay, these are all like spinner messages, I think. Not actually, not actually what it is doing. All right. Also, don't forget to update the report, which was probably wrong. Now that is running. What was our huh? That is very long to create a video. I'll just give it a few more. Maybe refresh. Still not updating. Yeah, it's already. Yeah, this is also a bug. Maybe it's not getting updated. So that needs to be. I'll just create a new project so that I don't forget it. What happened? What happened? Why did it go into another window? All right, fine. Rename, exit, not exit, layer. Whenever the avatar video is generated or the avatar video is generated from the avatar generation panel in chat v3, the video doesn't get updated into the UI automatically. I always have to do the refresh for it to appear. It shows as processing or generating video. Even if the backend does finish processing, I have to actually do an refresh to see the video on the avatar generation panel. There was a related one as well, which is I forgot. See, that's why I need to capture. That's it. I will create a new project there. Well, there was something else that didn't. Oh, yeah, the updation of Instagram Reels. So, whenever the editor updates Instagram content or LinkedIn content or edits the content, either the client effects are not firing or it doesn't get immediately updated. Okay, that's another. Whenever I open a content piece in chat v3 page, I ask something in the right panel on chat to edit something about the content that is selected in the interactive content editor. I think it does edit the it does do the tool call of editing the um, content, whichever it is, like whether it is an Instagram reel or LinkedIn content. It does edit it, but the edited content is not immediately visible on the panel, on the preview panel. I suspect something was broken in the last couple of days with one of our changes, but essentially what enables this behavior is something called as client effects. And I think it may be broken because we may have moved a few things to convex and that may have broken it. So that needs to come back. So essentially, whenever the agent works on a task, on a content, edits it, it should be immediately visible on the front end, on the preview section, preview panel in chat v3. That is the ideal outcome. Avatar GUI gen update bug. Already there. Regression confirmed. This was already in needs verification, so I'll let it work then. Still not working. Let's see if there was another project for this. Nope. Let it do its thing. And what is this doing? Saved and fixed. Feedback AI agent timed estimates. New focus project. Chat over relay MVP. Well, let's have a look. Where is this? Reveal in file in navigation. So it's here with user relay execution target desktop set. It's not really desktop, it's just local rather than desktop. That's a cosmetic change. The message typed into brand brain cloud is part cloud side picked up by running desktop raw Tori app executed locally via the Cloud Code CLI adapter. Resulting items, assistant messages, tool calls, tool results, reasoning are posted back into the same BB Cloud sessions Mongo history. The chat kit renders full conversation on the next session open. No, it will. Not really. It's an SSC connection. Do we need a? Yeah, it won't work because you will need a refresh. But that's fine. That's something that we can live with. So basically, the first messages could be tasks from BB Cloud. It's essentially the same process. Task routing and the chat routing, same thing. Right, scope wanted exactly what shifts user setting execution target. No, this is wrong. User settings relay execution target. I think some things are wrong. The relay execution target would be like local or relay. The setting already exists in settings page for user if enabled by admin on admin panel, and that just, you know, attaches the first messages of the session, or essentially the tasks are also from task page. When we do the task page, it's actually one prompt that will be picked up, one time task, etc., that will be picked up by desktop page. And so you can see if we discussed about one time task and different convex table yesterday, so we can see if there are any synergies there. If it's not, we can, the first messages, there needs to be a place for the first messages to be picked up, right? We discussed the task, one time task, and the first messages architecture in that was a couple of days back, I think. You can see, look in our past conversations and see how everything connects. So essentially, the first chat prompt that we send to the chat window or the task prompt from the task page, they are essentially the same thing, right? Except because the conversation that happens because of the task, that also can be opened in conversations page in BB Cloud. The same thing in desktop app as well. How the conversation starts are two different ways. One is manual back and forth from the chat page in BB Cloud, and when the relay is on, that is picked up by desktop. The other one is schedule tasks from the task page. Same thing. It it is initiated by a system process, but when relay is on, that will be picked up by local. Is the idea. Um, so yeah, try to find out any discussions around this and any architecture discussion that we did around this topic as well before. Before we move forward with this, there are some inconsistencies in the report that you generated as well, because you're saying relay execution target is in user preferences, which is not correct. I'm also questioning relay execution target desktop. I don't know how. There's an execution source as well. I'll let you decide it, but make a smart decision here. Um, Execution target desktop, I'm not really sure if that is a correct terminology because it could be CLI as well, right? It's not just a desktop product because both local probably would be, or just keep it as relay because we only have relay or local. We don't have any other relay options, just local. Feel free to push me back on my thought dump because I may not see all the things that are in the system. I don't may not have the overview of everything, and you may also not have the overview. So feel free to push back and do a self critique. All right, that's a big one. What is this relay sessions panel? It'll be just conversations. Also, one other thing that you have to note is that I don't understand the concept of relay sessions panel. It will be just conversations with target, local, or relay, as it will appear in the conversations tab in BB Cloud, and also conversations menu page in the same content because the UI is shared. At least that's the idea. UI components are shared because it's React in desktop and BB Cloud. So we are not rewriting anything. Just that the messaging system is convex. What are you making? Are you using a skill to get the memories? Or this is a default? No, this is my setup. So what am I making? I am making Brand Brain AI content agents, which is a social media platform that posts to my socials, LinkedIn, X, Threads. Currently, you can only see LinkedIn here. So basically, that's the idea. If I go to and I can go here, I can review it or reject it, and that will produce my inform my user preferences. And once you have all the preferences down after a couple of days of back and forth, you can schedule or make it auto. It goes to trend detection and auto approval rejection gates, and it writes like you do, and it creates different content like this here, Instagram Reels, and I can also clone myself and use my voice. Let's see what it did.
The Forbes AI 50 list just dropped, and there's a massive shift every builder needs to see.
So the blue screen is there, and there will be backdrop of the, what do you say? There will be like you can add any backdrop. Those are Instagram Reels, and you can also create carousels. This is pretty shitty carousel. I haven't approved it, I think, but and LinkedIn carousels and all that, like social media posts. So a bunch of agents to do that, and you can add your SaaS products or any products that you want to promote. Does the market research and you can promote it. So it's a bunch of agents that wakes up and does things while you sleep. That's the idea. That is what I'm making today because I am spending money here and for my Claude Max $200 subscription as well. I was actually thinking I can consolidate both and route the chat mechanism through my cloud subscription through my desktop. That's what we are working on today. So essentially, I have a I have a what? I have a desktop version of it, but it's not that feature rich. It's just acts as a relay so that it can go through. Most of it is read only, but you have a chat interface. So this is like a acts like OpenClaw, but just uses Claude CLI. So you can see that all the skills are getting loaded. We are trying to clean this up. So if whenever I start chatting here, if I say hi or create some content or say find what happened in the last 24 hours, anything worth sharing in my niche, and especially look for Claude code, anything related to Claude code, right? So if I do something like that, this happens server side. This should be picked up by local and should go through local Claude code and come back to here in conversations. Well, it doesn't have to. You can just you keep using the desktop app instead of Cloud, but nice hacky. The memory. This your second. The other question is what? Are you using a skill to get memories? No, just Obsidian. Yes, I have my own skills though, like agent mission control. I have agent protocol and memory sync. What it basically does is organizes anything that I talk to it into projects, and it captures. I'm not sure if you heard about like um, LLM wiki pattern from Karpathy. Similar concept. Um, so it follows the links. You have the project page here. One of this, I can't really find it. And it does the context gathering, everything. All the things are grouped in one folder. And if it can't find a project with what I'm talking about, it will create a new project and group it like that. And same concept like LLM wiki, but I run my all my operations like not only coding but like outreach and everything goes through the same pipeline. So yes, custom skills. Right now you're delegating tasks, creating them, and then overnight the coding will happen. Well, if you want, and you don't touch the code ideally ever. For coding, I don't think our models are in that place because if you let it code for like you can, but if you let it, the quality will drop for sure without human oversight. But you can definitely, I've tried like 2 hours maybe. But if you don't, even then you'll have to like chime in to direct it because if you just let it continuously run, it will, I don't know, depends on the task, I think. I haven't been able to do that. Like I've tried doing that, but unless you have something like execution plans, like maybe I should try it actually. So you have a list step by step execution plan, like execution pipeline here. Then all it has to do is just like go through one by one tasks. Yeah, that could work theoretically. Oh no, I still get rate limited on even on Max. I still get rate limited, which is a shame. Cloud Code update summary. What did it do? Oh, this was the content. What happened in your niche? Cloud Code and AI Opus 4.7 released. Well, while we are at it, I can always say, can you create content around this? What will it do? I come back. Okay. That is an X thread. LinkedIn threads, Instagram reel, just four. Okay, fine. Maybe we can do this Instagram reel as well. Codex had some big upgrades uh, last yeah, yesterday, I think. OpenAI just upgraded Codex with something huge. It can now use your computer indefinitely, independently, and it learns from your past sessions. This isn't just code suggestions anymore; it's actual autonomous execution. And here's the thing: this is a direct response to Claude Code. Anthropic has been pushing hard on agentic angle. Yep, and also it's going on the orchestration, like AI employees angle, especially after the redesign. You can see all the agents and task things on the right pane. Like it's trying to compete with open source projects like Paperclip. The real question isn't who's winning, it's whether traditional ideas like VS Code has a future at all. I don't think so because rarely anyone, at least like the people who have some experience, like rarely anyone reads the code, especially with the ultra review feature that they released yesterday. It reviews itself in Claude Code. I need to try it out as well. Anyway, I'm just going to select this and generate audio so that we can create a reel. Where is our other reel? Conversations. Here, source links for content screenshotting. This is our other thing. So if I go here, where is that? Can you find the source links that I can include as a backdrop for this reel? Nice stream. Thank you. Now let's go there and screenshot it. I have to disable the ad blocker or not. Then do I have the ad blocker here as well? No. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, oh my God, that's a lot of ads. So what I'm going to do is that is all right. That's good for a phone, I think. Again, just recode it. The last bit, exit intent. Uh, yeah, I need to trim that off. So trim that. Done. Where did it go? I think it. So now if I go here to edit tab and I enable backgrounds and add that video there, screen recording that one. Yep, that one that gets uploaded. And I can key out my background, blue screen, and then add captions. I'm going to say select karaoke. I don't know if it all works. Karaoke bounce, all caps. It's fine. Background added. So now we can apply the edits, I think, and see if it works. Well, that is working. What did the other? Okay. What's the status of this? Still working. So, how many minutes was that? I don't know. It surely for 20 minutes, I think, or more. 15 minutes at least. Yeah. So it can technically work a long time. Let's keep an eye on our usage. Yep. This is happening quickly. This one, it's all right. Still livable. It is so good to, it's all right. I can live with that. The other one is also working. Why is the compaction happening still? The agent teammates don't get the 1 million context, but that's all right though, because we have everything in project files. So the agent team lead gets 1 million. The teammates don't. Okay, it's fine, I think. I think the setup is fine, the compaction, because even if it goes off rails, the team lead can correct it. Anyway, so those two are working. Let's see what happened here. Failed to generate audio. So this is for the other one. It's fine. Your edited video is ready. Where? Here. Use for real. Oh, I'm too small. Okay. No, maybe I will do this full screen.
The Forbes AI 50 list just dropped, and there's a massive shift every builder needs to see. This year, 20 startups made the list with billion-dollar valuations, most founded in just the past 3 years. But here's what's wild. It's no longer about who builds the most powerful
Oh, I
model.
forgot
It's
to
about who
do the loop.
productizes AI efficiently.
Loop. You need to, otherwise it will, the generated, the avatar video is longer than the background, so it needs to loop. Uh, Avatar full, fill, create final video. So all these things will still stay on BB Cloud, I think. It doesn't actually, I don't know. I don't know. It's just an experiment. I don't know. Because if it works, then maybe I will integrate it with Claude Code. So all my operations are in just one place. And anything that I say will be here, I will be added as tasks, which will be picked up by desktop. Hmm. We'll see. We'll see after 2 days of work if that is possible. We're doing the prototype now. Uh, but where is it? This is shut down, so this appears to be done. I was wrong on several points. Here's the corrected picture. What's actually in the code? Setting user was right. Leave set settings relay enabled in domain entities cloud relay auto. Execution source. Yeah, it's very confident in saying certain things. That hasn't. I think Opus 4.5 was better in those in that because it wouldn't hallucinate this much. It wouldn't say things that it doesn't have any context on. What I've observed in 4.6 and 4.7 has the same problem. It guesses a lot. My claim was wrong. Not user preferences, API settings, admin gated via that. My MVP project file has the wrong location. Will correct. relay infrastructure that already exists. I missed a lot of this. See, all of this was done, and it was only reporting 10% of 20% of it is done. Yeah, this is still disappointing from 4.6 or 4.7 Opus. It still has, maybe it is a harness problem like Cloud Code. It probably is not a problem with the model itself, but some update they had done with the Cloud Code harness itself, because all of this is, yeah, a lot of it is controlled by the hooks and the way the memory systems work and things like that. Anyway, let's read the rest of it. Chat kit request handler. This is so. Can you send the report in my Telegram as a PDF? Also, make sure that you update all the related files across different projects. I see you making this, wrong reads on where we are at, etc. So find and update all the projects and all the related resources as to where we are at. Let it run, and let's exit this teammate so that doesn't reuse it. It's already exited. Exit. So the edits are complete here. Let's do the new video. Let's see how that is working.
The Forbes AI 50 list just dropped, and there's a massive shift every builder needs to see. This year, 20 startups made the list with billion-dollar valuations, most founded in just the past 3 years. But here's what's wild. It's no longer about who builds the most powerful model. It's about who productizes AI efficiently. Companies are breaking dependence on big AI, prioritizing efficiency over size, and bringing industry-specific AI to enterprises. The barrier to entry is collapsing. The tools are getting cheaper, more efficient, easier to deploy. You don't need massive infrastructure to get massive results anymore. The question isn't whether you can afford to use AI, it's whether you can afford not to.
It's all right. People can tell it's still AI, but as long as your educational content reaches them in a meaningful way, that is, it's still my voice, more or less. So I'm going to approve and schedule. No, I actually will tell schedule this to go in the next 5 minutes, because that will go through the cadence and everything. It probably will schedule in 2 hours or something like that. So I wanted to go. Ah, okay. Before that, I can actually approved. I can actually. Which account did you route it to? Did you use the list connections tool to see which account to route it to? I don't know if the multiple account thing is still. We can test that. You're right to check. I didn't use the list connections tool. Okay, so I need to. It read a scheduling skill probably here. No, didn't read the skill, but it's in the skill that to I ask it to. So if it is picked up by an automated task, it's in the prompt. But when users actually do the back and forth, if it doesn't have certain wordings in it, the skill won't be triggered. Would you like me to route it to uh, where was it actually routed? Based on checking the content record, it was not routed to any account. The content has no connection ID set. Can you route it to, does that mean that it won't go anywhere? Let's check our schedule. Instagram. It is there. Let's see where it goes. Let's just wait for another 3 minutes. And let's see where it goes first. And what happens when there is no connection ID, where it goes. And if it fails, then that is expected behavior. It should have not have been approved. So we need to change the approval tool. If there is no connection ID set, it should return an error to the LLM saying that you need to first set the where it goes before approving this. So that will okay. So I don't actually need to change the skill here. I just need to add an error message in the tool. So that will prompt the LLM to add the user list connections. That'll be just a tool description. Right. I need to take a leak. So I will be back. I need to get some water as well. Where is my OBS? Oh, let's before going, let's check that as well. Revised scope. Chat over relay MVP revised scope and self critique. User preference. I have to read this after I come back. So I'm going to take a 10 minutes break and I'll be back. Hello. Right, right. Okay. Was a little bit longer than 10 minutes. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Where were we? Right. Chat over relay, MVP, revised scope, critique. So, yeah. Setting lives in user preferences, code verified reality. Okay. I undercounted. CLI. CLI metadata. Execution source CLI. No, it just needs to be local or relay. So I don't know. I don't exactly understand it. What is the difference between execution source and execution target? Settings change shipped. Task chat synergy confirmed. Agent sessions already have execution source cloud CLI and optional task config ID. Task have execution target cloud relay. Where did it come from? Maybe that. Maybe that was a BB cron fires, task surfaces, relay task, desktop claims, desktop runs, chat flow. Currently runs Cloud SDK regardless of relay setting. Needs a routing forking. Right, so what would that do? It would just then it needs to read from the session, which will it will wait for the session history, which is being written into by the desktop app. Okay. That is good progress, actually. Um, let's make some. Where's my? I need some tea. Right. Tea, tea, tea. What did it say? I don't understand that. Execution target intent pre-routing config before the fact. Lives on settings relay execution target user level preference. Agent task config execution target. Execution source fact. Recorded on the session itself after the fact. Where did this session actually run? Okay. So tense is before execution target. What is the intended target? Agent sessions. Okay. Yeah, I will let it do what it deems necessary to get it done. I won't question it too much. I'm just gonna assume it knows more than me. Why both exist? No. Could one field do the same job? That was my Thinking. Auto. No, auto is a valid target but never a valid source. The session either ran locally or in cloud. No third auto fact. Why do we need an auto? There was never a requirement to have an auto. Any query them differently. Target is. Hold on a second. Cloud relay. Source is read. Okay. Target is read at session creation to choose a path. Source is read later for history filtering. Show me all the sessions ran on my machine. That makes sense, but there was never a requirement for auto target. It's either relay or cloud. Let it work. Let's read the rest of the plan. Agent sessions, execution source, chat flow missing, both flows converge on a single primitive. Also, what I've noticed is that even if it has like 1 million contacts, the quality degrades significantly after like 300K or something like that. And it doesn't mean much, it has 1 million contacts, but it doesn't remember stuff in the what we said earlier in the session, etc. For sure, it doesn't compact. I think it was probably sometimes better to summarize it, compact it. But yesterday I tested it out with the 1 million. It took me forever to fix a simple thing. BB Cloud, one teammate, BB routing dev. ChatKit routing fork, execution relay, Rust story, two teammates. What is teammates? I don't understand the teammates here. Ah, okay, for development teammates. Got it. Okay, one teammate. Three decisions I need your node on. Chat kicks off a session directly, not a synthetic task. What does that mean? I don't understand that. Desktop discovers via relay sessions pending true endpoint. No, that is wrong. I think you are still thinking in terms of like APIs. This needs to be convex as the queuing mechanism. So this will be returned to by ChatKit request handler when the uh, message is first sent, and return to convex, and the convex query from desktop picks it up, not via API. Does that make sense? Feel free to push me back on this, because if it is not done properly right now as it is, well, ideally it should be convex. Convex is a queuing mechanism, or the queue system that we are using anyway for IPC. MVP uses MVP polling for discovery. Also, I don't agree with this. Convex simplifies stuff, not makes it more complicated. So I don't agree with your assessment that why we need HTTP polling. It's just reactivity with convex is WebSockets. Keep existing events endpoint. Add new items endpoint. Events right to separate collections. May still be in use. Items right to SDK history. What are you? This is gone off the rails now. No, check the Mongo session interface. It goes to it has the same. So the idea is we switch Mongo session interface with Mongo Convex, and both the BB Cloud and BB Desktop reads from Mongo Convex session implementation rather than once that is ready. So you need to read the code around that. What am I building? I am building um, this thing here called Brand Brain. It's a social media agent system that automatically finds and posts content to various social media platforms: LinkedIn, X, Instagram Reels. For example, I have this Instagram Reel. I can actually read that.
The Forbes AI 50 list just dropped, and
Yeah, that's not me. That's just me. A photo of me and cloned it. So we have an avatar studio as well. So basically, finding trending items in your niche and posting it to social media. Well, trending item is just one workflow that you can do using task here. So does the trend detection, and you have the auto content review and schedule. These are approve, publish, reject gates. It's all agentic system, and yeah, you can promote your products from products. This is well, basically this app promotes itself on LinkedIn. That's that task over there. Today we are trying to relay the execution of chat messages through cloud subscription using my laptop. It's just a prototype. I just wanted to try it out. If it works, then that will reduce my operational costs a little bit, because otherwise I have to pay for this here, because this is hosted APIs from different providers like Open Router. If I can just use my Cloud Code subscription or Codex or Gemini, that will reduce my cost a little bit. But it's not applicable to bigger agencies because they don't really care about the costs. Um, but yeah, so this is what I'm building. It's basically a team of AI agents that acts as your marketing team. Her sheet. Yeah. What was I doing? Okay. What did it come back with? Got it now, Mongo session. Yes, that makes sense. Can you update all the reports that you did today, or we have what we have in our vault, and update all the related projects so everything is in sync? Three open architectural questions I need you to need you on before I kick teams. Clean cut over, convex session for all new sessions, Mongo back sessions stay read only. Gradual feature flag per user. We already have a feature flag in admin where it says write to like a hierarchical user flag feature flag. I think you can read that whether to switch on convex for session history, and there's another hierarchy underneath that as well. Can you actually look at that first before I answer this? Did you build this scratch? Sorry for the interrupting. Yeah, I did. I was working. I've been working since. Well, the idea started as an N8 workflow, and that sold quite a bit. So what I did was to validate it. I created an N8 workflow and listed it on Gumroad, and people bought it. So I decided, and one of them actually contacted me to do a custom social media thing, and then I was already in the process of creating a SaaS for it, so he just bought the annual subscription for it. So that's where it started, and then I added like avatar studios and stuff like that. There's a UGC creation and a faceless video and Clipper that is also going to be released in next 2 to 3 weeks. And yeah, so the seriously version 1 was released I think September last year, but then I didn't work on that for like 2 to 3 months. I did work on not on this directly, but different prototypes. Then it was actually kind of released in January, I think. So the yeah, so maybe like 3 months of because I had an MVP before. This is also an MVP, but the design was very different because AI was changing so fast. I had to redesign my UI a couple of times. Right now, I'm doing the same thing because I'm pulling everything to a desktop app. So this looks like the cloud version, but it is a just so that I can route it through cloud code and connect it, and I can work with it from here using a desktop app. So yeah, everything from scratch, and I'm also I though I use other SDKs or what do you mean? How do you say like npm packages and stuff like that? Not everything is from scratch. Like generally available other packages like borrow concepts from like agent skills, agents.md, open standards, MCPs, and all that. That's all that. Nothing is original per se, um, but yeah, everything from scratch. Again, it's all wipe coded. I have 23 years of software engineering experience, so yeah, I don't really care about reading code anymore. I get, I can get a good understanding by just reading its responses, not necessarily have to read the code. Yeah, everything is connected as well. Like it deploys to my production straight away as well. So it's probably not the most secure, but I have backups and everything in place. If it messes up something, I can just how do you say, re-provision the servers, and everything is encrypted, all the sensitive data. So keys are rotated as well. There are some things that you can't avoid when using models. Like keys are going to be exposed at some point, especially when you connect it to something like your production system. So all you can do is like rotate them. Feature flag system, flat admin get feature flag relay execution plus legacy auto. We don't need the legacy auto. This is not published or this is not in production yet. Well, this is not being used by any user, so we don't need to consider it as a legacy auto mode. You can just remove it. That's one. And the only hierarchy I can see that already ships, it's 2 level, not deeper. Okay, admin gate. Relay execution makes relay UI visible. And user setting relay enabled. No, there is a flag or discussion, at least I'm not sure whether which was it was implemented. There is a flag that we discussed about, like only write to, there's a dual writing or some kind of mechanism that we discussed around session history. Grep for anything related to that, hierarchical feature flags, write to convex only or read only or something like that. Convex sessions parent child. Oh, okay, it already knows. Convex sessions. What I did not find. Convex sessions parent. So which did you mean? The admin user level. Convex sessions parent hierarchy from April 11 design dog. That's not shipped. Okay, it knows that it is there, but it's not shipped. All that for was not needed. Uh, okay, just copy this, paste that, and say this is what I meant. This is what I meant. I was under the impression this was shipped. So what is the... can you draw in ASCII how the hierarchical parent-child feature flag visually represent visually? Right. Let's, while that is working, let's have a look at our schedule. Was it published? That is the question. Yeah, it is published. Let's go to Instagram. So without the connections ID, by default, it goes to which Instagram account? So if I go to platform connections, it didn't go to technically hash, which is this account. Where did it go? Yeah, these are all the Instagram carousels that it publishes. What was the other test account? Okay, it's here. But in our platform connections, we have, okay, that is a default account. It's so without ID, so I need to add capture that for future. Let's say install. So the solution for this was an LLM error. So when multiple accounts are enabled by per platform are enabled by admin feature flag, the schedule or approve content approve tool that are used by agents that should enforce an additional rule if no connection ID is set. I don't know. What do you think about this? I want your opinion on this. Currently, if the agent doesn't set the use list connections or set the connection ID, it just goes through the default connection for that platform. But if multi-agent, multi-account per platform is enabled, then it should have that additional check. This is what I think. You can push me back on this. Um, that the approve tool will let the LLM know in a meaningful way that it needs to use the list connections tool in the error message. No, it's not an exception. It is an error message back to the LLM saying that you can see the pattern in other tools as well. That it needs to use the list connections tool and then set where it routes after reading the connection routing rules that is in the metadata of connections, I think. But the implementation detail doesn't need to be leaked to the LLM, but it just needs to say use list connections tool and use your brain to appropriately route this content according to user preferences or and based on the routing rules on the connection, something like that. uh, so gather any context around this and let me know if my thinking is right, or you can do, if you have a better implementation, let me know as well. Simpler one, the simple is what we are looking for. So I think that it's a simple change. It is a, if you return an error, if that feature flag is set by admin and the user have multiple accounts configured, then it's just a matter of returning that error to the LLM so the LLM sees that and takes corrective action. All right, let it work. What about the other one? Convex sessions. Okay, so this is a feature flag gating. Here's a hierarchy drawn three ways. Cascade diagram. Admin flags, convex sessions enable master when true. Swap Mongo session with convex session for every. Okay, fine. Enables chat kit. What's happening? Why am I not able to scroll? Tmux problems. My laptop is possessed. All right. Okay. What is happening? Is it just slow? Okay. Enables the chat kit routing fork. Relay enabled. Requires convex sessions enabled. Okay. User settings relay enabled. Invisible to user when any admin gate above is off. Session storage migration. Migrate agent session history from MongoDB. We don't actually need any migration, I think, at this point. You can add it as a defer it as a task in the same project or create a new project for migration if needed, because this is not used by many users yet, the desktop app. So yeah, we can just start reading from the convex conversations page in BB Cloud. Already reads from at least the front, the conversations page. that all is already read from convex. It's only when you click on the conversation it reads from the it replays the history. So I think we don't need a migration from production MongoDB to production convex yet. We can just going forward, right? And it also each conversation, yeah, the session history could be in convex. No, let's see. So that one, let's read the rest of it. Child toggle is visually grayed out, unclickable under. New key property, if any parent, that's fine. What is the other one doing? So it's created a new project. Did it? Brand brain multi connections per platform. No, it's the existing multi connections per platform project, I think. Let's see. Revealing navigation. Yeah, it's this one. So I just added a log there. Okay. I still have to. This needs testing. Oh, this is what we tested and it wasn't. Yep. We can. The thing is, right? A lot of this could be like verified using tests once we do relay because it runs locally. Yeah. But that's an aside. Anyway, going back to our. So that's being worked on. And this is captured. So I can just. I'm not going to work on it. Oh, maybe I can. Can you? Okay, well, let's read it. Opinion, your thinking is correct with two small refinements. Why you are right, grounded in actual code. Set content connection already ships defense in depth. It refuses writes from the when the flag is off. Even though published content and agent prompt also gated, the command literally calls it the last line. I don't know what it is. To sometimes it needs to be concise. Maybe it is time to install the caveman skill for Claude Code. Should we add it? That would be funny though. Let's see. Claude. Mm, prompts are hope, not enforcement. Today, the only thing that stops an LLM from silently posting to the wrong account is the prompt prefix. Multi connection scheduling rules. Prompt prefix. What is that? I never requested that, but anyway, maybe that's how it implemented. Oh yeah, the prefix probably is use this skill when scheduling, probably. Error back to push back, don't gate approve content. You grouped schedule or approve together. Right, okay. Approve content just flips pending review to approved. The approval creates UX friction for no safety. Okay, this is a schedule tool that, okay, that I was wrong. It is a schedule tool that I have to logically a scheduling time decision. See? So just by adding that give me pushbacks, it actually works through that. Otherwise, it just agree to me and do that thing. Not an approval time decision. Waiting approval creates US friction. All right, okay. You push back narrow the predicate. The user has multiple accounts configured in the abstract, but 2 plus active connections on its On this content's target platform, a user with 3 IG accounts plus one Twitter shouldn't get a routing error in a Twitter post. I don't know what that is. The narrower predicate also uses the same shape. The skill already uses list connections filter platform is active. So no new concept. Proposed error copy. Okay, it's just a error copy. Multiple active connections on platform, but no content ID set on this contents. Okay, that is a dynamic error. That's fine. Call list connections to see the accounts and their routing instructions. Then call set content connection with your chosen account ID, content connection ID, and a short reasoning before retrying this tool. Simple implementation: one helper required connection ID when multi account. Short circuits on flag off. Yeah, I agree with your assessment. Go on, spawn a team and do this in parallel for speed. And yeah, don't forget to verify once I do everything that everything is done accordingly. If you can test it on localhost, well, actually, no, it will be too complicated, I think. If you can test it using tests and have a good confidence on it will work. Actually, I don't think a test is needed for this change. Go ahead and implement this because it's just you know, this requires manual testing, I think. Can I write an eval? If what would the eval be? How many times the tools were invoked? It's not an eval, it's just a hard gate. Yeah, it's not an eval condition, it's a hard gate, meaning it will, if there's an error, it's a hard gate. If it's an error, the LLM will, even if the LLM tries to do that exactly the same thing to without any modifications, it will just continue erroring. Hmm. Anyway, zero data movement, what? No migration means mechanically. Existing sessions live in Mongo SDK history. New sessions go to convex agent session items. ChatKit needs to know which store to load. Cleanest discriminator. Why do we need this? We already know. We don't need to. Okay, that's fine, I think. Yep, I'm wrong again. So it can. At session creation, set. I don't think we need this. Just we are just migrating everything to Mongo. But if anything goes wrong, if we switch back, the old ones will work perfectly as well. So no code changes. So I don't think we need this. Chat with agent, chat, create MongoDB sessions from setting is called. Because otherwise you have to edit all this, which is not needed. Why do we need this? We're just going to assume that we are going to read it from convex. It will read from convex, I think. But don't delete any code from the backend though. You can use a hard switch based on the feature flag, is what I'm saying. We don't need, if it doesn't find in convex, then don't display it. Something like that. Isn't that possible? Isn't that much cleaner? Oh, one. Yeah, I need to fully read this. Clicking into a convex session Zero data movement. All users see no change. Migrations become a future item. Backfill all sessions into convex. Flip their storage backend. Remaining two decisions still open. Convex os item storage shape. Two options. One row per item. Indexed by session and sequence. Array on session doc. Single row per session with items. This should support streaming. Whatever is currently working with Mongo, exact same process, but with into convex. We are just switching it. No transformations. Read code if you don't understand. Run compaction can also be the same way, but it only works with OpenAI, I think. Isn't it? Not really. It's a agent SDK thing. You can defer compaction. We can defer compaction for now. What is this doing? Uh, okay, it's developing that feature. We had something here, convex provider auth restore. We were doing something here. Completely forgot. What was this? Rename. Debug LinkedIn real regression. Ha! This was editing the. We lost the reactivity when agents were editing content. That was this issue. And what were the? I have enough understanding of bug surf. Declining browser automation repro. Cost too high. What? Brand brain monorepo. What is the allow list bug? Plausible. The allow list covers. What? What do you mean by allow list? Allow list is hard. Oh, okay. Which tools to code? No, that's not the phantom. The actual tool is create image. Two bugs were names that didn't match reality. Edit slide, not in the list at all. Carousel slide edit silently dropped. Is there a project for this bug? Right. We will come back to it. I don't think the assessment is really correct, but uh, we can come back to it. Okay. So we did one more other thing while that is working. No, no. What did it do? Yeah, it's also working. We can do the gallery page. So if I go to gallery, and if I go to Claude Code, Instagram Reel, open I just, what did we create? Oh my God, I have terrible memory. The Forbes AI 50 list. Okay. The Forbes AI, where is that? I don't see it. Forbes. Okay, this one here. Instagram. Okay, okay. All right. So if I pin this, what happens? No published content. What is this now? So if I pull that, everything, all right. So I want these to appear in no published content. Thread with thread with 5 posts. LinkedIn thread. The Forbes AI 50 list just dropped. If I do an instant improve, what happens? What happens here? Instead of a thread, I'll just do. Can you do? Can you actually create a X post instead of and a thread post instead of thread formats for X and thread platform? Oh, it's already created. You can you just create these additional two as well? Okay. So I need the threads post, and I can you schedule this to go in a minute? Right. I close this and then I say, is this news or content suitable for a carousel, Instagram carousel, and a LinkedIn carousel? Can you create these two as well? I may have run out of credits. Let me just quickly top it up. Well, uh, all right. Can you try creating the images for this carousel that you created? Try it again. I'm going to stop that. Make sure you read the content defaults to get the or use the terracotta theme, I think. Load the carousel skills and for each platform. Hmm. I need to make the create image descriptions better so that it knows without me telling to read the theme brand colors. Let it work. And right. How is this going? Mm, task one is already completed. Here's a summary. So this is still working. This is all in sync cross project propagation complete and awaiting your approval on BB relay MVP convex. Yes, go ahead. That's going to be a big task. Yeah, you cannot really plan everything to be perfect because it will still make mistakes. It's AI. It'll just be, if you spend over planning, it'll just be like wasted time. What was the feature though? I forgot. Agree with the assessment. Goes one team made parallels for speed. Connection validation. All right. Okay. That is fine. Can you move this project or is it already in needs verification? All right. In that case, I can. Oh, not that one. This one. Clear. Next task. This one will take some time. So go to the other one. LinkedIn Reel regression. Okay. Clear this. Avatar debugger. What's happening here? Is the fix in place? So what was this error? Fixed and deployed. Okay. The root cause was convex auth regression introduced April 12. No chat v3 specific. The required user ID auth retrofit landed the same day. Convex provider with auth was reverted due to an infinite token fetch loop. So every job query return null. Fix optional user ID arg on two query handlers. And whoa, commits all on the main. What was the infinite loop? I never identified this error. What was the infinite loop problem? Maybe I forgot. Sometimes it just makes shit up, so you need to be careful. What was this? Live stream? Was this? Captions? Ooh. Okay, captions are working actually. One of them at least I tried, which we added to this one here. So that is a, I don't know why. I mean, this is probably a easy fix. So save to clipboard. From the schedule page and content preview page panel in chat v3 and in the schedule page, when I make the reels full screen, I don't see the full, it's not ratioed correctly. When I view the reels, the videos in full screen, I only see a portion of it. And then if I do this, can you see why this is unfixed? Unfix it, fix it, not unfix it. But you can see that the captions are working there.
The Forbes AI 50 list just dropped, and there's a massive shift every builder needs to see. This year, 20 startups made the list with billion-dollar valuations, most founded in just the past 3 years. But here's what's wild. It's no longer about who builds the most powerful model. It's about who productizes AI efficiently. Companies
Oh damn! I published the wrong. Published the wrong. Let's see. Where I cannot do that. Yep, I published the wrong one. Let me just delete it and come back to content review, published, reel. Huh? Where did that go? I know why this is happening. This is another bug, I think. So it was published. It is a reel. Okay. Local workspace, Claude. I have another reel that was just published, but it is not appearing in the published filter in content review page. Can you see why that is? That's okay. What is this doing now? Our main task. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 teammates working, each on different tasks. Claim and run Tori IPC command. That is interesting. To claim and run. Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know how it will implement that. We will see. Let's go back to our gallery curation. Uh, so the carousels, yep, is finished. Second carousel, AI dominance is over success equals who controls AI, not just who builds it. AI independence, less reliance on big AI, more choices for everyone. Efficiency greater than scale. Cost matters as much as capability. You do not need massive infrastructure. Industry specific legal, healthcare, marketing tailored to your needs. AI agents at work, tasks that needed teams, now handled by software. Founded in 3 years, already $1 billion valuations. 20 newcomers. That's all right, I think. Can you schedule this carousel to go in the next 2 minutes? Well, that is working. This one. Nice. This is LinkedIn. Can you schedule this carousel post to go in the next 2 minutes? Okay, that goes as well. We'll see. Once that is published, technically we should be able to see. Oh no, I closed it. But that's all right. It should still be working in the background. No. Ah, this is the problem with it. Was this one work now because it was the content editor. You know what I'll do? Why is it throwing it's because of I do have retry. I have rate limits on custom providers. That's interesting. Schedule this post to go in the next 1 minute. Let's see what happens. It is working. So is this done? The selected content, read content. Yep, Fireworks is overloaded. I think I need to change the provider, which will be, let's see, I want it to be what? It's Minimax, that's fine. Open router, but from a user's perspective, I want to clear this and default it to the admin set values. So if what happened here? So it tried looking at your Instagram accounts. I can see here you have two connections. Both have instructions to replicate and post content. I'll use the first one, which aligns the general purpose of this content. Set content connection. You just ask Claude. So I will another one. CD space tmax cd Claude. And I can say, can you check the production logs? The agents try to schedule a Instagram carousel and to set the connection ID where it should be routed to. And so it failed. So can you check the production logs and see why it failed? I can just copy this and also, yep, that was bad. And if I go here, I don't observe any infinite loop. I think it's just an old thing. Wow, there is no infinite loop I'm observing. The auth actually works with the Tori desktop app. What are you on about? Because it is reading from Converse directly the desktop app as well. And I yes, it introduced. I think you were referring to there was a project for that that was hardening the convex functions because there was no um, convex session verification within convex mutations and read queries, which were called by BB Cloud generation jobs. And in those cases, there was a some sort of like adapter, convex session adapter was written, and a secret was generated, and then a private key was generated to sign it, things like that. And that changes were introduced because there was no checking off whether something belonged to a user within the convex functions itself. So that was the change, probably broke it. That was needed, but I don't see where was the infinite loop. So that probably was the change that broke it. Can you see the past discussions and maybe the commits related to it? Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to escape it and then exit it. It's all right. Shift focus, change gears. Right, I think I'm going to end the stream for today, and I'll work a little bit off stream. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. I think 4.7 Opus is all right. I don't see much of a difference. I still need to check the Ultra review feature. And so I'll probably do that tomorrow. So check out Brand Brain app if you want to automate your social media at brandbrain.app. And if you want to learn vibe coding, go to AI Maker School Community and join. I have Claude Code course here, and I do have other content related to it there as well. So permission modes, hook subagents will also have ideas for you to develop as well. So small but growing community. We have 32 members now. So go there and join. And I'll see you in the next one.